Welcome everyone. Oh, look at that. I got feedback. Okay. As I slowly try to remember how to stream and when to mute certain devices that we don't need to hear anything from right now. Okay, hold on. Get myself situated. I am such a friggin' professional when it comes to streaming. Not at all showing my middle age. Alright, anyway, so yes, we're back. I expect this to be the final stream of CitizenSleeper. We've finished off the first part. The first DLC, or part 1 of the only DLC, or whatever it is. And so I'm thinking we can wrap it up tonight, and then tomorrow morning, for our Sunday morning stream, just after breakfast, I would like to get started with Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. I started it before, I believe it was on stream. I'm not sure when. It might have even just been part of last year's game day in November. Either way, I really enjoyed it. Everybody that I know that has played it said it's great. It's actually a nice surprise, a lot of fun. The couple hours, I'm not even sure that I got it. I think I was still just on the first mission. I remember I was in a competition with Rocket about shooting web, sack, bug, egg I don't know. Either way. Pretty sure I was kicking his ass. But, so I'm anxious to play that, and, you know, I just recently watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Loved it. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little trilogy within the Marvel insanity amount of movies since, what, 2008 now? When Death Magnetic came out? Death Magnetic came out in 2008. I still think of it as a new album. I love that album. And I mean, I love 72 Seasons, and Hardwired was great too, and was there one before Hardwired? I don't know. It's all weird. But anyway, so that's what's going on there. That is what's happening tonight. We're going to finish off CitizenSleeper, pretty sure. Unless a whole other, like, 12 hours shows up or something, then we're not going to do that. But pretty sure this will be the last of CitizenSleeper. Yes, and of course, I am an Extra Life streamer. I support Sick Kids Toronto. You will see the links for my Extra Life, my actual Extra Life page, my Facebook fundraiser page. There's information pages with the Sick Kids Foundation site. And any questions about Extra Life or anything like that, please let me know. I have no active drives. What the hell? Okay. Oh yes, because it ended with, what's-her-face taking the ship off on her own. She got captured, everybody else got their supplies. It counted as a failed quest, a failed drive. And this is, I have to wait 2 more days. So episode Flux was completed, Refuge is next. So, yeah. Is that her floating in space right there? I don't know. Either way, the refugees got their stuff, but what's her name? Got caught. The other one's upset with me. Haifa Labs is happening. Yeah, the aviary. You got 2 more days to do stuff? Okay. So not too much there. Let's go back to the rim, just see if there's any. Well, I mean, I'm always low on scrap. Looks like I don't have any scrap at all, actually. careful that. Nobody there. Nobody there. Oh, there is somebody there. Buy a ship mine, haggle over prices. Yeah, I don't need any of that. So let's just try and get some scraps, I suppose. The wastes. Okay. So we just got Nako 2 days, and then we'll begin the next thing. Well, that's getting really low on energy now. Oh, that was dumb. Okay. Nothing really to hack anymore. At least not over here. Okay, habitage it is. Also, well, I've got one thing on Twitch telling me I have 50 followers, another one telling me I have 51. Either way, thank you everyone who has put me over that hurdle. I'm not at all chasing to be a full-time Twitch streamer or anything like that, but I think hitting the little milestones like this will help. I think helps me get out a bit more, so that way I can promote my extra live streaming and everything. So that's really the goal. So you know, I'm definitely not chasing down the full-time job aspect of this. Honestly, don't think I would enjoy it, because then I might have to start playing games that are like the trendy games to play and what's popular, or at least what's streaming popular, if that's a distinction. Is really not anything I'm interested in. So I don't think I could succeed properly at it anyway, nor do I really want to all that much. But I do enjoy doing this. I really just do it on the weekends now, so that's not conducive to trying to make a proper go of it. Excuse me. So just get a nice little niche along with my fellow Extra Life streamers, especially the Toronto team, and just be happy with that, because that works for me. Feed the cat. And do a little self-repair. Yeah. Should probably do 2, but I don't want to. So there's always a certain point of a video game, even one, oh wow, look at that. Even ones I absolutely love, where I need to end it and then not play anymore. And we're kind of out at that for me with CitizenSleeper. I love it. I enjoy it. I'm recommending it to everybody. I can't wait to play the second one. But I'm ready to start a different one. I really have like a variety kind of thing. And that's why I will rarely even listen to an entire album anymore. Ever since high school, I would buy those full spindles of discs, of blank discs, and just make playlists for my Panasonic Blue Shockwave CD player, portable CD player Shockwave, and the blue one, not the yellow one. And so that's what I would do. And so yeah, now it's just I have a billion playlists on. I mean, it's just my phone now, unless I'm at home. And I just have playlist upon playlist, and that's nothing more fun than trying to make a new playlist. I wonder if in another life I should be a DJ. I should have been a DJ, or maybe I was in a past life. Maybe that was Johnny Fever. Who knows? But I digress. Anyway, so the point is as much as I've enjoyed CitizenSleeper and all that kind of thing, like, and maybe with watching Guardians of the Galaxy 3 recently, within the last week, I would really just like to do more of that story, and I really want to get into that. But, I mean, it is all an effort. We're just killing time until October 20th. That's really all we're doing. But it doesn't mean we can't enjoy the games along the way. I should look up, I don't even know if CitizenSleeper 2 announced date has happened. I mean, it probably has, and I've missed it, but I haven't looked it up because I know I'm going to get it, so it's kind of one of those things. I'm not too worried about it, because once it finally pops up somewhere that it's on sale, somebody will tell me, or I'll see it on Twitter or something. Yeah. And I should get something to eat here. Let's have some nasty mushrooms, because it's all about the mushroom agenda with this game. Sorry, sipping some tea. Alright. And we will feed the cats. Alright, back up with some scrap, that's good. That was 5s and 6s. That was a shame to get that on a non-mission day. Or cycle. But what are you gonna do? Oh, we're re-rolling that. Look at that. That's nasty. That marginally better. Still kind of crappy. Oh shit. That's terrifying. A station at the edge, the eye. Oh, it's the eye. That's where we are, is the eye. It hits you like a wave, a white-edged breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. We're in space. Where's the ocean? The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything. Behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float. You are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, parting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around, looking for a sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouts in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like fog. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? It doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up, the databanks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown in a cold vacuum. In cold vacuum. In the wave, in the silence. Sound of silence. In the silence was negation, a disassociation so absolute that electrons shed their tethers and considered new paths and orbits. All things were possible, but none could be achieved. It was only a moment, but in that moment time ceased to function. A memory image comes to you, one from the moments before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it, trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it, a razor-edged white curve. The wave. The wave approaches the eye. The eye spins, turning each part to face that vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal data cloud forms. The bright mark at the low end, the green wave, the waste. Then the wave hits just as the flotilla, the coordinate, turns to face it. And after that, everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? Oh, so now I'm predicting the future? I get premonitions now? Fantastic. You know what? I'll come back to that. The needs mushrooms I don't have, naturally. Okay, spores. Coax spores, forage for fungus. Well, I'm okay for that too. Fungal yield. Enough of that, enough of that. What the hell? Peak. Ashen Peak, that's what it is. Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs, all are gone. Half the cordon's frame has also been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Havenage staff and contractors clearing the cordon. Try to speak to them. You are met with suspicious looks and scattered warnings, but little else. From the equipment being carried out, you suspect this is no relief effort. Havenage are pulling out of this section of the station. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections being closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed, and red warning lights punctuating the corridors, but otherwise, most areas seem functional. Suddenly you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Havenage security? You should have known better than to wander to this place. You brace yourself as you turn. Sleeper! Peak's wide eyes greet you as you turn. The cordon. They glance around, panicked. It's gone down. The Briar and Esh are still in there. Do you think she did this, or perhaps Havenage messed up? They start pulling you towards the edge of the cordon. We should find her. What if it wasn't her or Havenage? Yeah, let's go. Just total, brutally honest. Peak stops. What are you saying? Something hit the station. There was a wave. Yeah, something hit the station. Peak looks incredulous. Hit? Sleeper, we'd be dead if that was the case, they paused to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave? A signal? An EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peak runs a hand through their hair. I don't know what you were saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look away down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Esh. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm going to find a way to Esh, no matter what. With that, they rush away into the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. Well, well, well. Havenage quarantine. 2 scrap. You're lucky I just... You find a small shuttle scavenging supplies from the cordon to take back to the flotilla. They'll take you too if you bring some scrap along. Yeah. Oh, I can just move ahead. Great. Okay, look at this. Little flotilla. Reminds me of Battlestar Galactica and the fleet. That was a great show. If you haven't seen that show, do yourself a favor. Such a good show. Okay. Flotilla's friend. Haul supplies. Getting the necessary supplies to each ship to meet their needs is a huge task. Joining the hauling team is the simplest thing you can do to help. Damage control. One costs condition, the other can cost me energy. The wave hit systems more than anything, especially those on the ships, so there's 1,000 tiny repair jobs to be done. Alright, well I got a +1 to both, so I got the 4, that's gonna be my best chance. Neutral. Whatever. Oh, such shit dice. Neutral. I'll try one more time. I'm not even going to bother with the 1 and 2 on this. Hey, positive. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be it there. Oh, wait. As you walk into the bay of the climbing Briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumble of ships that might lead you to this blue streak. You see Esh and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware that you might be interrupting something private. Peak is explaining something forcefully as Esh stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. She suddenly spots you. Sleeper, Esh nudged. Didn't quite turn out like we hoped, right? Peak stops and glances between the two of you, the tension rising. I'm sorry. Esh waves your apology away. None of that. We all had our part to play. Peak looks nervous. It has worked out. They appeal to you. The flux even knocked the entire cordon system offline. The flotilla is free, and Havenage are backing off. Flux event? That's what the refugees are calling it, Peak explains. Apparently that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. What exactly is happening? Yeah, good question. Hard to tell. It's some kind of disruptive wave that only affects electrical systems, Peak chips in. Typically, systems are screened against radiation and interference, but this seems to be dulled, but not stopped by those defenses. The crisis continues, Ash sighs. The cordon may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. Of course it does. You should tell them, Ash. Pete glances at her, please. Ash doesn't respond. Tell you what? You stare at her back, waiting for a response. Please, Ash, haven't they shown you they can be trusted? Pete nods towards you. Ash turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start and then stops. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it is not directed at you or at anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons to the flotilla, she pauses, and now they are gone. Oh, what the fuck, Ash? You son, remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay, marked with a yellow sigil. The ones Ash told you were just supplies. What do you mean, gone? What do you think? Someone lifted them from the ship's bay while I was uploading the supplies, she sniffs. At least they're in the hands of the flotilla now. And Pete looks at you. She knows this was a bad move, Sleeper, I promise you. They glance back at her. She's just too proud to admit it. Where did you get them from? XPR, Ash gestures around the ship. I wasn't about to leave the colony armed. When we escaped, I wouldn't trust them not to use them on us. Pete sighs. I didn't know a thing about them, which is why Ash is going to be the one to find them and bring them back. Shouldn't we help? Ash turns. It's okay, Sleeper. I don't want anyone getting mixed up in this. This is my responsibility. She looks away. Plus, Pete adds, you and I have work to do. I want to understand the flux, Sleeper, to study it. Peke's eyes light up. This thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peke posits, it's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems, Ash sniffs. Peke ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and when the flux event hit, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these flux nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, I saw the way you worked with the data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a flux node and bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but most can be found in the barely functioning networks of the waste. Peke pauses. Start there. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the flux is and where it comes from. Okay. No, I'm gonna ask a question. How will that help? Peke runs her hands through their hair. I don't know, Sleeper. Maybe we can't do anything, but I want to know what this thing is. Ash looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing ghosts, Sleeper. There are people on this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Ash. Peke smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something. Good hunting. And then they wave you out as Ash stomps away to make plans of her own. Okay, we finally got a new drive. Another thing I'm excited for Guardians of the Galaxy video game that I'm going to start. Less reading. I mean, I do enjoy it, but oh boy. I don't think I have talked this much in my 6 years of streaming than I have playing this game for you all. For myself. Peke wants your help to study and understand the flux event that occurred on the station. Find and access the flux node. Okay, what does that look like? Flux node, what do we need for that? 6s. That just straight up wants a 6. Okay. Well, that's that. Flotilla, climbing briar, input flux data. Risky and endure to his friend. Yeah, so I'm not gonna bother with that. It's to the rim. Oh yeah, again. We got 1. 14 and 14. Havenage? You got anything left, or are you another Yadigan? Havenage. Oh, Havenage. Definitely saw off some of these. Tavern tea house. Easy money with these things. 2, 3, 4, and then down here. 1, 2. Look at that, 1,000 credits or cryo or whatever. Yeah. Alright. Still have some scrap, so that's good. Get some fruit from our boy. Gotta support local business. Feed the cat. Lunch on some scrap. Scrap a day keeps the doctor away. Okay. Yeah, so we just straight up need 6s here. That is a 5. I gotta reroll that. That is better. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Travel, travel, travel. Flexed node. On a 6, here's your 6. Flux data. Sleeper, come look at this. Peak is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways like an ingrown root ball. An ingrown root ball? What the hell is that? Has started to untangle. This is an existing node corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check that you are listening. But inside you watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative spaces like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. Is a whole other data set. Peak's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data deep into the gaps of the node, wrapping it around them. Why? I have no idea. Oh, geez, I gotta stop asking her questions. You watch the screen, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathway is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this. Most of the eye's systems are screened against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes, Peak makes a ripping motion with their hands. Torn apart. Peak points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look here. It looks like it's been tangled purposely, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. Is it like a VPN provider? Encrypting your data? The pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peak pauses as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peak muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly, but that's a technicality. Does any of this help us? So, what is the flux? We know it is a wave, one with exotic effects, but that's all. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The question is not so much what flux is, but what is causing it. Where is it coming from? Peak turns away from the screen, meeting your eye. And there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? Not yet. You should. Peak lowers their voice instinctively. What they are reporting, massive system failures, cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming systems, total data corruption. Peak swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all, that doesn't make sense. These kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Peak looks back at the screen where the decoding node lies almost fully open. The shadow pattern of the negative spaces that existed within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? Peak shakes their head. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I want to keep this to myself for now. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with the help. From what I've heard from Esh, things are tense. Where is Esh? Pete glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say that I've noticed. Although the quiet is nice, they smile. Give me some time, Sleeper. Pete turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. I'm guessing 6 days. No, 4 days. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave the dark shape it leaves behind. The dark shapes it leaves behind somehow troubling. You try to shake them for your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Oh shit. It's going down. Okay, so it's 6. Oh, I should have stuck with my instincts. Boo me. Alright, let's help the flotilla. So we did some supplies, so let's try some damage control. Just gonna knock this right out. Occupants are impressed and won't stop thanking you. Nice. Good for me. Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowded, cavernous, not carnivorous, cavernous bay. You freeze. Please tell me it's Ash. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you. Damn it. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for all the best reasons. You turn to see the bright eyes and a rough face framed in rusted metal. Soul. Wait a minute. Have I met Soul? No. He's one of my thumbnails. Shit. Okay. Huh. Too bad I didn't realize that I could have used my thumbnail. Oh, well, whatever. Who cares? Soul holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly on a knotted wooden cane. You know, it reminds me of Ripley's mech suit from Aliens. Kind of. Maybe more Abed's version from the one of the Halloween episodes. Okay. No, wait. Troy did it. Abed was the alien. Here we go. Anyway. Saul, he holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. Shake his hand. He grips you firmly with a heavy and collapsed and calloused hand. Forgive me, as soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Oh, that's great. Saul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told the Sleeper was part of the supply run that came in several cycles ago. He nods. A very welcome act, and we all thank you for it. Walk with me, Sleeper. Saul sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you and Saul standing back and letting you pass. You pass a makeshift kitchen, steaming pots on heating elements, a restless queue collecting meals. That algae that came through isn't exactly a full meal, but with what we have here, we've been able to make it work. You see a ladle of greenish stew dished out. The color of something, isn't it? Saul smiles. Saul leads you out of the larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, the water gushing out readily. Saul nods to the person as he passes. Just a little further now, Saul leads you into a freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. It jerks into life, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space, and sparks sleeping in bursts as the ship is reshaped and modified to sustain its population. If Havenage were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, the flux event has put a stop to that. Saul stretches. Some have crossed into the eye, but many just gather to salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is shrinking, but not like I'd hoped. With the flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Saul stares grimly ahead. Suddenly the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Saul leads you slowly into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine with a glass roof above, slowing the distant hub and the far curve of the eye beyond. The people at the terminals nod to him as he enters. This is your ship? Saul nods. That's right. The pilgrim seed is mine to care for. He leads you up to a railed platform at the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least her crew did, and I do my best to serve them. Sol looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face. I'll admit the responsibility isn't one that suits me, though we rarely get to choose such things. He glances back at you. But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try to help us here, is that right? I was helping my friends. Sol nods. Of course, must be some fine friends. But I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now? Sol leans back, and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. I still want to help. I've got to be honest with you, Sleeper, I'm not quite buying it, he smiles. I'm not trying to make judgments on your character, but in my experience, people do things for more reasons than just being helpful. I have thousands of people here on the Pilgrim Seed, Sleeper, and there are thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against the railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've gotten into. And this cycle, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, it just caught up with us. So these people are scared, Sleeper, and they are looking to me for reassurance. And then on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board, a sleeper, the same sleeper. They reckon they wanted to send... that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. Sol scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that, for your interest. He pauses. But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us. Sol's suit hisses and creaks. I think that's fair, don't you? Sol takes a deep breath. So what is it? Okay. Yeah, tell me about the flux. Someone at a terminal calls out to Sol, and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Apologies, he smiles, that half smile. I'll tell you what, Sleeper, let's you and me make a deal. You want information, I understand that, but I have a list of needs longer than the brim of the eye itself, he grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's happening about this system, in this system, and I will answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed, and she is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I am not the only captain. The only captain here. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth, but there's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleeper, with the pressure of the flux and the bad blood from the old days. Sol leans in. We aren't exactly all in alignment. What I need is a way to stop things escalating, for the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. From those from Ember's Step, well, they've always been proud, but that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking axis the Ember Song ships gather at, but they have taken far too many cycles to upload. Maybe if you are heading that way, you can look in on them. I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't... Sol stops, he leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He grunts a little, and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit, the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned. He speaks through the pain, and his voice clipped. Are you okay? Not really, but as long as this thing holds, he grimaces. I hope. Sol grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. He smiles his half-smile despite the pain. Because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Fair enough. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the Pilgrim Seed, too. If you have a moment to pitch in, there's never enough around here. That's something I have learned the hard way. Learned. Sol settles onto his crane, the pain visibly receding. Alright, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper, so you'll have to find your own way out. And with that, Sol sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down in the freight elevator, and as soon as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel and all the vessels in the flotilla hold. Damn. Aki? Did we meet Aki? Why is that familiar? Was that just a shared name from some other thing? Finish the rest of my tea before it got lukewarm, because that's just gross otherwise. Let's get close. Alright, it's a strange sight, given your time spent in the greenways, to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. It piles up along edges, gathers in curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert. Yeah, it is a desert in miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It is. Yeah, sure. What the hell? They say nothing. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in red, reflected light. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki, they smile a tight smile. You are not from the flotilla, am I right? That's another one of my thumbnails. Alright, so now I'm finally meeting everybody from all the thumbnails I've been making. I live on the Eye. That is not where you are from, she stares into the greenhouse. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glitters in their eyes, whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the wind's long shadow? Oh. Wind's long shadow? This ship, Aki looks at you curiously. Do you often wander around ships you don't know the name of? You are a strange one, Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from, she smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on this ship. Unlike all the other ships you have been on, the flotilla, is a silent order to the wind's long shadow, and in this moment it feels unsettling. What happened here? Aki squints. That is a broad question, and I am not in the mood to recount the history of this ship or step. Step? Aki turns away, irritated, eager to change the subject. Yeah, she's not making it easy, so neither am I. Or they. You hear a creak as a set of shutters slowly begin to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There is nothing green here, a dust house perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape. Aki begins to simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling. Systems that are failing. The flux event, Aki agrees, glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, to keep these traces of Step alive, she smiles to herself. Which is ironic, because when we left Step, the flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were, living upon it. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds picking away at the dunes begin to reveal something, a web, a network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely, and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki in the cold cyan. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm also tired, Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourselves useful, and perhaps we will get another chance to talk, she turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Okay. Endure. Unfinished business, unfinished business. Come on, neutral. Negative. Ooh. Okay. So there's actually negatives that can happen, so we're not gonna fuck with that one. There's a lot to be done on this. Oh yeah, that was 6 days. We know about that already. Pilgrim Seed, what do you got? Hearth survival. Whether Ash got her supplies through the cordon or not, Pilgrim Seed and Hearth refugees desperately need help. Oh shit, I got 7 of those right now. Yeah, take them. Done and done. Pilgrim Seed support. Oh, that's safe? Okay. Knock this out right now. Boom. Saul finds you deep in the layers of the pilgrim seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. Doubt it. Saul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you are right, he winks. Saul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Saul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the pilgrim seed these past cycles. Oh, I got it done in a day. I'm fucking shit, son. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? Interesting. No, the flux, that's true. Damn it, he sighs. That's what I imagine. He scratches his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out, lifter suits locked up, bots reset their schedules, nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of the Passero that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passero? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home, Saul grimaces. Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day we got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit, and another. 3 of them. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of their lifter suits like mine. And the city, I never saw it, but I heard it from the others. Is he, like, trapped in his cutter suit? Interesting. I never saw it, but I heard from the others, Saul shivers. If it only got worse from there, we couldn't seem to fight it. Cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something. But I never heard anything more than rumors. Saul scratches his head. Sorry, I don't have better news. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. You. Saul squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about this. He wraps on the middle of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts his shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit made for working in the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you any more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's Hearth, go ahead, but don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours. Oh shit, I just got told. So lets the silent sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude, let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me and this ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Anything else you want to ask? Well, yeah, now I feel I'm obligated to ask everything. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. Oh god. Hold on. Hold on. It's my brilliant idea to read this to everybody. I'm gonna drink my water now. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks, but the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems Cybele set up back when Solheim owned the system. How are relations with the other moons? Saul smiles. Depends on who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do. He gives you a look. But Ember's Step was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember's Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and the energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Saul holds up his hand. Despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Saul shakes his head. Cybele liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the system running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, but kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning the subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky, Saul smiles. Flux ended that, though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest with it, Saul pauses. And as soon as you have a city without a way to feed itself, Saul shudders, that's when some of us made the decision to set out on this place. He gestures at the pilgrim seed and look for another future. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? I think that was everything. What do you want to know about? Something buzzes in Soul's suit. He glances out and frowns. Looks like time's up, Sleeper. Soul stands flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper, he smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Soul leaves, and you wonder what Saul leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than meets the eye, than it seems. Sorry. That would be infringement of some kind. So, okay, nothing more to do there for 2 days. That's peak. And, okay, that's all my stuff. Yeah, let's just stay the commune. Can I do anything? No, I need things for that. Barter for food. Yeah. No, we'll just go Memphis. Memphis is our guy. Caster, you selling anything? No, he only ever sold those things once. There we go. Feed the cat. Self-repair. And a cycle. Okay, we're rolling along pretty good. We're almost at an hour. Ooh, I do have a 5 and a 6 though. I don't like that 1, 2, 3. Hey, that worked out. Lost the 6, but I got 2 4s. Still have a 5 and a 3. Okay. Yeah. We can work with all of that. Why are you flashing at me? Study the flux. Yeah, I know. Great. Help settle the tensions. Wonderful. Thank you. Oh, blink at me. Okay. So let's go back to Aki, because, yeah, was that Aki? Maybe that wasn't Aki. Dust House, that was Aki. Yeah, systems repair. There. Okay, I'll do one more. Okay, half done. Good. Get off my ass there, Aki. Jeez. Unload. Risky. Negative. Damn. Alright. I don't like the look of that anymore. I don't like it at all. Another flux node? Oh, I can do it again. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Memphis. Oop. My costs are exceeding my income. I don't care for that. Okay. Ooh, those are nice. We are keeping those. Nice, nice, nice. No, we gotta fix the other thing. We'll come back for that. Okay. Gotta throw 6 at this. There we go. There's a loose crowd around the supplies. You have unloaded, and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from the Ember Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There's quite efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from Ember Song that are part of the flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, there is no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just a mass of individuals traveling in concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. Peter? Oh. Steely Ember Song refugee. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you have seen many of the Song refugees wearing. You hear me? These supplies are to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you, coming out here to help us singers. There is a rumble of anger around the crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember's Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter is addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to require what is needed from the eye, what is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained. He pats one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. I have no stake in this. Then why are you delivering supplies for Hearth? Peter laughs. You need to check your alliances, Sleeper. Peter looks around the crowd. Hearth... Yeah. Shouldn't be things. Hearth think they can buy us, but we remember the past. A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles with them. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We are not wasteful. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. Yeah, see, I figured it was a bad idea to mention Saul's name. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper, says Peter as he approaches, but we cannot concede to Hearth here. Not for a moment. Leave me out of it. You already put yourself in the middle of it, Sleeper, don't you see that? Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lip. What's your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods at the crowd rifting through the crates. Because that's what was about to happen. So I should thank you? My pleasure, Peter bows a little. What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? He shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. Why do they hate Hearth? We, Peter says with emphasis, do not hate Hearth. We simply do not trust them. Do you know anything about Ember's moon, Sleeper, or were you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind? An objective outsider offering help. He rolls his eyes. I know a little. A little is the same as nothing. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The three biggest are Ember's Steppe, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart. He winks. We can cover the Forest Sisters next session. Steppe was the first to be settled, a contract old Solheim gave to the terraformer Cybele Systems when they first claimed the Helion system. That's way back when. Steppe was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere slowly sloughing off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Cybele moved to Hearth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to rebuild a real atmosphere, a real habitable world. A fact that the typical Hearth colonist won't ever let you forget. How did Cybele achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's the same old rule of surrogacy, the one humanity built our universe around. Peter claps a hand to his chest in a mock pride. My moon, Ember's Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures, exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industry, fuel, Song provided the raw materials for Hearth, Peter grimaces.
willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it. Us singers born into a flaming pit and asked to stoke it so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure until Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off this speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he has delivered it. No Solheim, no contract, no Cybele, and no Cybele meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war, Sleeper, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly Hearth and Steppe came out the better of it than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand, they need us, Sleeper always have, and so we are the linchpin, we are the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Hearth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say some cycles I agree. Before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. But you abandon some. Peter bristles. I want you to imagine what it is like to try to live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes the sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left, but we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. Don't you need those supplies? The flotilla should be united. Have you been listening? Peter's voice raised immediately. We don't want to be united, Sleeper. Being united by Hearth means living under them. I won't keep you from docking access, Sleeper. No one here has the authority for that, but watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who have tried to control us. I understand. Then let it guide your actions. Peter nods. Peter sighs. Look, we are many and we have many needs. Ships come to this docking access for repairs, for requisitions, for friendship. You can provide these things as well as any singer. If you want to help, help in your own name, Sleeper, not in that of the Hearth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you will lose all trust. But as we are, act in your own name alone. Peter puts his hand on his shoulder and stands. Nobody just waste my time here, Sleeper. And with that, he walks away, back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies amongst the crews present. Alright, so I am not doing well at my public relations at all. You watch them pass, the food and water between them, no signs of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, ones that reveal little about the singer's intentions. You stand, it seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. No, it won't. But what are you gonna do? Okay. Supply spores. Yeah, I can do that. Done. Looking for a ship mine. Yeah, I can do that too. I think I've got enough for that. Down to no. Port fabricator. Ship mine, please. Good to hold on to resources, you never know. Could have sold those a long time ago, but all the way up here. Okay. Docking access. There, you want a ship mine? Have a ship mine. Get off my back, Peter. As you cross the access looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he is leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond makes you pause. He is completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. Approach him. Lean on the railing a little away from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper, he inhales sharply. Still hanging around? Are you okay? Peter pauses. Not really, no. Peter closes his eyes. You can feel his mind worrying, the thoughts refusing to be still. You know, Sleeper, he says without opening his eyes, no one asked you to come here. He clenches his jaw. So why don't you just get lost? He looks directly at you, a stare of challenge. What's with you? No, shut up. Or, stay silent. When you refuse to take the bait, he turns away, looking out across the docking axis once more. He loosens his jaw, the tension leaking out of him like radiation.
You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shout echoes a little in the hot tub, but few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. Everyone is tired. Peter doesn't react. He stands. I'm going to go. He looks at you and sniffs. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Peter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the access rumbles on as you watch under the endlessly shining sun. The same air recycled through all of these lungs, the same dust gathering speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving. But before the inertia of it all gets to you too. That's rough. Access assistance. The more work you do for the singers, the more you get to know the crews, the more they will trust you. Alright, well, we're not going to do any more. We're going to go back to the other one that didn't like me. Just damage control, man. Boom. Make yourself useful. I'm trying. Oh, negative. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That does not help. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Alright. Nope. Didn't help anybody with that. Whoops. Oh, not you. There we go. Whew. Okay. Oh, I don't have any scraps. I might as well use a stabilizer. Just get topped off there. Whenever I feel like it takes like a fraction a bit longer to load, I figure something's coming up. Yeah. I can't deny 2 6s. That's too much. But you can get some energy. There we go. Okay, so we have helped one of them. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you in the dust house window. I wasn't sure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the Flex reaching all the way out here too, Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust houses need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? I'd love to. Aki smiles. Come. She taps away at the panel by the window. Seems only fair that after your help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark changing room. You notice Aki is sliding an oxygen
sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. It's just like the Ember Step. Thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it up to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels of purifying light, and then into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk, your feet sliding on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it, at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives here. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand like a coil of rope. Look down. What is under the sand? That is steppe silk. It's one of the plants we established on Step. She kicks away some of the red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of many species adapted to Step since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root threaded quickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic-tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both of the masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What brings plants with you? Why bring plants with you? These are more than just plants. This is our way of life. Aki looks exhausted. The steppe silk cannot survive in any other conditions, neither can the others. And Steppe itself, Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Steppe was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. Excuse me while I mute my phone there. Again, there are no limits to my professionalism. But the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. But the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading, and Cybele's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybele fell too, its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppe's colonies. So when the flux started to collapse our computer systems, corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on our nearby bench. So only the traces of Steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You are unsure of what to do. Whoa. Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from Steppe are so different. The world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed, she sniffs. We carry the step for them. Perhaps there is hope. We were not to talk of hope on a dying world. There is meaning for them, and any future they can build with the time they have. She stands up. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets her eye. I can help. Aki smiles weakly. I knew it. You will be welcome on the wind's long shadow, whenever you wish. These dust houses are already decaying. I have seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last longer, but that last flux event. Help us. Aki looks to you. Please. I will. When you are ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember Step. Alright. We are on Aki's side. Dust House shielding. I have a +2 though, so we can use the 3 on that. Good steps. Care. Yeah. Positive. Neutral. Oh, whatever. Good. Good, good, good. Access has an overflowing job board of engineering tasks requested by the crews. You can help out here. These are both +2. Okay, so that's +2. One of them is +2. So that's good. Alright, so if we can get... we can work with 4s. Ooh. Neutral. Good enough. Feed the cats. Cycle. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Just over an hour. 4, 5s, and 6s. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's work with Aki first. Let's use the 4s. Okay. Great. And we got a 5 for that. Beautiful. Okay, docking access. We got +2 for both of these. Crew socializing, sure. Oh, I got some food out of that. That's good. Random scrap item. Hey, what's this? That's the one. I got 2 out of that one. I only got 1 of the other one. Take a handful of jobs and work through them, sharing tips and chatting with the crews. You can feel them warming to you. You are taken under the wing of a righteous crew who give you a song-brewed spirit that burns like fire and leaves a lasting buzz. Oh, that's nice. Just getting fucked up with some people. That's good. Okay. Is that a house? Briar Base Camp. Okay. Oh, I don't like that at all. Oh, thank God some of those are 2s. That is brutal. Brutal, brutal. Anyway, Dust House. Yeah. I want to do the shielding. Great. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the steppe silk through the ochre haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world in which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak, but unsure of what to say. We did it. Aki smiles at you warmly. We did. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this? She asks suddenly, of preserving a world we have left behind. Heritage. Heritage. Aki is silent for a moment. His moment for a silent. Our practices, our lives require the materials, the patterns that step provides. But if those practices remain unchanged while the universe around them shifts, aren't they already dead? She pauses. What is better, to preserve at all costs or to allow things to be destroyed by change? Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping to protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted. But now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things, makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If the ecosystems of steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? Not slaves, inheritors, you can change. Yeah, you can change. Aki comes close. Comes close, hold your hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live, she smiles. I have seen that in you. The steppe, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future, she takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me? Of course. I know that soul sent you, she smiles. You can tell him Aki, captain of the wind's long shadow, invites all of the people of the flotilla to come. Captain? She smiles. You never asked. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux? No? About its purposes, its origin? She smiles. You wish to protect your home as we could not? I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles of which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it as you would radiation, but as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was as much like the first ones we felt on Ember Steppe, localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but, she pauses, it is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Hylian star H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome in this ship, she smiles. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word home resonating within you like a struck bell. Okay, so I think that's 2 now we've got done. That should count, right? Yeah. Alright, so it's these cranky fucks over here that are the last holdouts. They're both risky, but get one in for socializing. Job board. Oh, that was only one. Let's do this one. Oh, that was only one too. Well, what are you gonna do? Get some energy out of it. Okay. Eat some scrap. Drink some water. We're just rolling along. Okay. Just hold back in chat, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Nope. Yeah, you know, I'll take that. Hold on there. Hey. Done. Sleeper repeated calls to you as you cross the axis. He is standing by the same railing as you saw him the last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things. He gives you a sidelong look. Good things? Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on Song I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where a single mechanical failure can mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected Song themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues. Always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowned. Some colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what these kind of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. My future was cut off, just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach? Peter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter's smiling now, buoyed up by a little memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily or take help easily, but we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands from the railing. When you see Sol again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember Song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Hearth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles. And tell them to leave us alone. He turns his step lighter and heads off towards the center of the Axis hub. I guess I didn't fix that one. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Sol is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper, he smiles. The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms, he smiles. I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. The Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so, Sol smiles. I don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all of this. Sol eyes you waiting for an answer. I helped where I could. I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper, he smiles. You look at Sol, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Sol squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship towards the engines, the clanking of a suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and the shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Sol. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Sol stops in front of a huge bulkhead door like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up attached to a wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim Seed was built on a short-range freight carrier, you know. The amber warning on lights on the bulkhead doors send spinning shadows across Sol's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at the Passero. When we realized we'd need to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster, so wraps on a metal plate, and somehow she's carried us all the way out here. You led the evacuation? We? Farmers mostly from outside the city and the edges. He flexes his shoulder beneath his suit. We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land and people to run it, and my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. Stay silent. Not one of those folks made it, Saul rubs his forehead. We were out in the back as long as time before... We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader and that I'm sick, but, well, what service chooses you? A loud klaxon sound indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness, then the lights go on in huge strips that stretch back and... that stretch back and back as far as you can see. Sorry, that tripped me up. The space in front of you, a vast bay bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Hearth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship, Sol begins, leading you into a massive space. So much of the freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time, we have resources, we stabilized here, at least for the moment. Sol turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the eyes, Sleeper? Sol sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Hearth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing, hell, we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. No. Okay. Yeah, Sleeper loves mushrooms. I do not. I feel that is an unnecessary and important distinction to make. Anyway. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to fill this ship with able bodies and head for the starward belt. I thought the Eye was your destination. It was until the flux hit here, now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye, you have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it, Sol meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. Can this work? It has to, Sleeper. There's nothing else. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper, trust me. Sol begins to lead you back into the bay, but think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard out there in the belt there are people who have been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all of this, Sol sighs. I didn't bring my peoplehood just to let them die somewhere new. Sol crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans and Sol waits for you to stop. For it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Sol claps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long, this is happening soon. And he leaves you there, in the silence of this vast bay, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the Eye. Everybody's trying to get me to leave the Eye all the time. Yeah, I guess I would do instant karma to try to get 2 rerolls. I think that's probably what that means. Get a second reroll. But I need 2 more points to do that anyway. Come on, 6. Hell yeah! Oh shit, okay. Let's go get that other thing here. Where is it? Flux node, yeah. Ah, that's awesome. Okay, very cool. Don't be scared, gotta roll the dice. Simple as that. Alright, Peak, what do you got? You ever heard of Khan channels, Sleeper? I mean, there's like Khan, Wrath of Khan.
peek ask you as soon as you enter the bay as if you were in the middle of a conversation. As if you were in the middle of a conversation. They're heavy, so... Oh, you know what? Let's do a quick break. I'll be right back.
Okay, sorry about that. I have to take a call. Okay. These are heavy circles. Sorry. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they move since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Con. You mean for transit? Con channel sleeper. Yes, exactly. Peak turns to face you. Kiyonomi's active negation. The name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. Con. Peak recites the definition as if in the classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of the geodesic curve. Whew. That's a mouthful. Especially con channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction. But once a con channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploitation. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They may not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process, but for raw molecularly pure materials, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh. This is your research? Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Hellion system, this system ever had a con channel. Con channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drives, ships, to transport their materials to the nearest hub, but Solheim, Peak smiles, Solheim spared no expense when they established the system. No way. Yep. Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peak grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with con channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. The flux. Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? Peak sucks in breath. I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They need a lot of resources to do it, and they need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Hellion system anymore. So why would you go to the trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Maybe it's Solheim? Let's go for the worst-case scenario. Peak rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave, the con effect produces is a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would never have been able to use it. So then why are the colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial systems set up to function within the range of a once active con channel? Peak is getting frustrated. Moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the con channels, those vast causal highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. This system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the sailless ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploration that created your suffering, turning towards the Hellion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. Uh-oh. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with the insistent chirps. Aw, shit. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No. They lean in close. This doesn't make any sense. What's happening? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peak pulls at their hair. I set the system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard.
How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it's the most rundown part of the station. They were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event, Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from these nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they are popping up everywhere. Right now? Right now. We can talk more about con channels and system history when you are back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the pilgrim seat on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Oh, damn. It's going down. Down, 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 down. Ooh, my. Scraps. Hey, merchant. Buy scrap. Thank you. What's up, cat? I know I missed a day or two. Shit is going down. Oh, that's good. That is some good dice. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's use... Find and extract 3 flux nodes. Go. That's that one. Oh, am I gonna need the... okay. Let's see what's happening here. Where we picked up a flux node? No, none of those are active. What are you? Yadigan, that does not help me now. Yadigan. Avenage. Flux node, there we go. You want a 5? I got a 5. I need 3 of them. Okay. Oh, I've got 2. Oh, because I got my perk. Yeah. I'm the best. Better than all the rest. Are there any around here? Yeah, I know. I only have the 2. Yes, thank you, Flux Data. Can't I get at that one? Or that one? What's the deal? Do I have to access a nearby one first? Let's give that a try. No, that didn't matter. Hell, man. let a cycle go by? Is that the deal? There's nothing else to do on these things. Do I have a time limit here? No. Okay, well, I guess I'll get some scrap then. Seems kind of a waste for a 5 and a 6, but what else can I do? Okay, we got another 5 and a 6. Keep that for now. There's nothing on now, it's just the... No, don't worry about that at the time. Get your mushroom nonsense. What the hell? Don't understand. Why won't it let me get up those? Where are they grayed out? Well, I just kind of wasted some dice there. I don't understand. There's nothing more there, and there's none of them here. It's the Briar Base Camp. What if we go up the Ascender car? There's one. Oh, cool. Make some cryo. Alright, what do we got? You watch as Peak works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving to Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this as an image on a screen and an almost unrecognizable representation to you, it is nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle the complex data structures, even through this representational paradigm. Hey, it's Ash. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Ash entering. Ash! She looks up and meets your eye, but doesn't respond. Jesus Christ, everybody's so cranky over here. Ash stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. Surprise, surprise. How's the weapon hunt? Peek asks without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. Ash slams a bag down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn? With the sleeper's help, Peek smiles. They brought me some food. Some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling. It's clear that Ash doesn't appreciate Peek's tone. Still looking? Uh-huh, Ash replies. And whoever took them better be making the most of their rapidly shortening lifespan right now. Ash, Peek cuts in without looking away from the console. We talked about this. This is my mistake, Peek, and I'll fix it how I want. Ash folds her arms. I know one of the factions of the flotilla has taken them. I just need to find out. Oops. Peek holds up a hand. Shh. They lean in towards the screen. Son of oh no. They hit it in the wave of the wave. Peek is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in their chair. Ash crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Ash. In it, you can see that Peek has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of the shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it. The movement, the thin threads cross from one strain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other flux nodes appeared. Peek rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave, they were corrupted after the fact. This thing, this shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them. But it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peek runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex, that it opens up the systems to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, this shadow is broadcast implanted inside. The wave from the con channel is a brute force of hitting every system in Hellion. Once the systems are vulnerable. Peek looks pale, their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what is attacking the systems, it's the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peek sits back in their chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Ash rubs her forehead. You are telling me there's a con channel in this system. Shit. Peek isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peek looks desperately at you. Ooh, Helene or Sol? Oh, fuck. That's right, Helene. Okay. Yeah. I mean, ideally both of them, but Helene or Sol. I mean, I tried to get these two to work with Helene before. To which, I mean, Peek would have, but Ash insisted that they don't, and Peek is always going to do what Ash says. Sol's got all those people. Shit. Well, alright, let's look at it this way. I know Ash will never go for it with Helene, so I'll say Sol. Right. The refugees need to know. Ash cuts in. Maybe they can protect themselves against it. Lead an evacuation. An evacuation? Are you insane? Ash? Peek is desperate. Havenage are the station administrators. They need to know. The argument rages between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. And after a while they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. Well then, both of them. I need more time, Peek says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case. Collate the evidence. Collate? Shouldn't it be collate? Isn't there an A in there? I don't know. We messed this up. They look down at their hands. Ash goes to speak and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleeper. Peek meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready, they sigh. With the tension among the refugees, so won't be ready to hear this, and Helene and Havenage are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Havenage they are likely to react badly, even with the flotilla stabilized. Sol is not going to react well to this. I need time to build a case. Alright. We are too twisted up in this, Peek, Ash says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Ash. Peek slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out into the Pilgrim's Sea. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, the movement at the edge of your vision, something dark growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick, your vision blurs. What comes next? Oh, is this the end of part 2? You stop in a corridor, take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. Upgrade point, okay. That's only 2 though, I need 3. Yeah. Never mind. Okay, maybe it's not the end of a chapter just yet. Okay, 2 days, that's not so bad. 2 days is cool. No active drives, okay, so we finished the drives. Alright. Let's get some more scrap. Ooh, doggy. Getting interesting. Oh, that is a lot of 3s, but there's also a 6. Screw it. Another 6 and some 1s. Yeah. I guess that kind of evens out. Still need another day. But I can get 2 more scrap. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Hold on. No, I guess I don't need the other thing. More scrap. When in doubt, farm some data. Okay, I'll roll again on the 1 and 2. They're the only ones left. Sleeper. Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Peak looks pale and disheveled with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. I'm ready. Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I've compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it, it's on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Peak size. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's Moon. Intervention? You're sure? Peak grimaces. As I can be, the evidence all points in one direction. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol, it's so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasure I've tried to deploy. It is like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. You must keep looking. Peak closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on the station, they sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about all this. Lean?
Perhaps. If anyone could protect the Eye, it's Havenage, but their internal politics make it hard for them to act. Will they even listen to us? Or perhaps we've been thinking about this all wrong. We make a choice. We can tell both of them. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together, or we will fail. We need everyone on board. Sleeper Peak smiles. That's the only way. We send the data to both. You are right. I'm glad you see it too. Yeah, I mean, that is what makes sense. They look away. Another flux event is coming, I'm sure of it. I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peak opens their hand and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Sol, you know Helene, they trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You are a part of the Eye. Peak is right, but right now it feels more like a weakness than a strength. I've set up a data relay at the coordinate. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You will meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They took a hand. They tuck a stand of hair behind their... Oh, they tuck a strand. Oh no, there's a typo in the game. Oh no. Oh, I feel bad. It's such a good game. Oh well. Come with me. Peakpot, I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Havenage want nothing to do with us, and Sol is paranoid at best. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done, and they slip away into the Eye. Oh, damn. Okay. Here we go. Send... What? Warning, final episode. What the... Oh, I have 5. Great. Nope. What's happening? Once you send the data, episode Purge and the final series of events on the Eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives or find other endings. Make sure you are ready. Well, I don't have any other drives, so let's fucking do it. Here we go. End game, people. Boom. The coordinate, Havenage quarantine zone. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helene receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Havenage council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it. Her reaction you can't predict. You imagine Sol, too, one of his crew finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim seat, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time you watch the activity beyond the edge of the Eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned coordinate and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helene's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helene herself strides into the room. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helene holds up a slate scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. Hello to you too. You didn't bring me here for a reunion, I assume. Helene smiles a thin smile. Then you'll forgive me for skipping the pleasantries. She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. There's a lot to take. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux, the system's con channel starting up, a total collapse of the Eye. She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, she turns away. They'll believe you. She laughs. Do you know what has been happening within Havenage, Sleeper? She looks way out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There is division at every vote, but in the division only one group prospers, the hardliners, because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The Eye must be defended. She shakes her head. And now you are telling me they brought something to the Eye that will cause its collapse? The Eye should be defended. But what does that mean, Sleeper? Helene glares. You're telling me the threat is tangible, a shadow, a form is intangible, a shadow, a formless protocol. How can we defend ourselves from that? But the refugees, they are all too tangible, and that is what will draw the council's focus. She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple.
Some would say refugees. Saul clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helene glances between the two of you, uncertain if she's been drawn into some elaborate plan. Saul holds out a hand to her. Saul, he nods. I believe we have spoken remotely while the cordon was still up. I sent both of you the data. Well, thank you. He raises an eyebrow. Evidence of our mutual inevitable destruction is not much of an olive branch, but I'll take it. I'm not Havenage, Helene blurts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is no one person represents Havenage. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon, and I did not support your quarantine. Saul nods. Well then, Saul glances to you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. 1. The flux events, they are the very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies of the moon's member, have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol which is causing the real damage. The second finger joins the first. 3. This shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's song, step, and hearth quickly. In short, it will shut down everything keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4, and this is my favorite, we have no idea who or what is doing this and why. Saul's final finger joins the other 3. Is this about the total of it all? There's also another flux event coming. Of course there is, Saul smiles thinly. Sounds, Helene pauses, searching for words, intimidating. Helene turns to Saul. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's hearth? Saul shakes his head. That's why we are here. The Pilgrim Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helene looks at you, and I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure? We can try. Helene nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Saul cuts in, part of why I was able to save as many people as I could on Ember's hearth was that I gave up hope early. Saul shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategies, meets, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board. So when the second and third and the rest of the flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss, not Havenage, it is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and to start the evacuation now. Right this cycle. Saul looks out of the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Havenage's resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare. Saul scratches at his beard. I know it's hard, and I know it's sudden, but you have to give up hope. They have to run. There will be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't. Helene listens in silence, making calculations. She looks at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eye. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helene rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helene paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is, how lost she is, and the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. We purge the shadow protocol. We evacuate the eye. Fight for our home. Helene stops pacing. But with what resources? The data you sent me. This thing is a shadow, uncontrollable, untraceable. Perhaps with the full contingent of the Havenage Systems Department, but that would require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked. Maintenance schedules abandoned. She looks away. Getting that through this council, would that even be possible? She glances at Saul, who is patiently whistling. We have to try. Helene looks at the slate again. I will take this to the council, force them to listen, force them to act. You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helene emerged from just minutes ago. Kemp. Hardline Havenage Council. Oh. What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps up from the shadows dressed in the same style Havenage overalls as Helene. And I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you are using, Councillor Helene. You glance at Helene and her face drops immediately. Kemp, she curses under her breath. Saul shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Havenage with an interloper, he gestures at Saul. Everyone will be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of the counselors had such high hopes for our youngest members. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Eileen stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculation flickering in his sharp eyes. Kemp lowers the slate slowly and smiles at Helene. And what do you think this shows? Helene frowns. Don't play games. You can read. The flux is a carrier signal for some shadow protocol, most likely corporate in nature. Maybe it's Solheim re-emerging to claim their station. Maybe it's a takeover, but either way, this station is under threat. You are right about that, but the rest? Conjecture. Kemp rubs their chin. What if what we have is a virus in our systems which emerged precisely when the flotilla arrived? In fact, it times in perfectly with the mysterious event that freed them. So what I see is a hostile cyber warfare attack instigated by dissidents that fled Ember's moons after committing terrorist attacks on their own soil. Kemp's face darkens. That is the order of the facts. Nothing more, nothing less. Facts I'll be happy to present to the council. Kemp tightens his grip on the slate. Helene laughs. You think that's the only copy of that data, you sanctimonious shit? No, I don't, Kemp smiles, but who do you think they will listen to, Helene? Especially after I tell everyone about this clandestine meeting. You couldn't win power by having just systems by our laws. You resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It is as simple as that. He gestures, and out of the shadows 2 Havenage security officers appear. Oh shit. Now, no need for that, Saul suddenly speaks up. His silence had meant Kemp had stopped paying attention to him, but now you notice he has backup of his own. Oh, fuck. A group of his crew stand at the edges of the room. They are carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Glossy XPR logos glint along their barrels. These are Ash's guns. Kemp freezes and the officers hesitate, holding back in the doorway. Be careful there, outsider, he stutters. Kill me and Havenage will never forget. Saul waves a hand at him. No one is killing anyone, so let's calm down. Saul scratches his beard, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Helene glances at him and he gives her a gentle nod. And you'll leave your colleague here with me, he raises an eyebrow. We haven't finished our conversation. Kemp laughs and shakes his head. You are finished, Helene. The council will never allow you back after this. Then he turns and walks off the observation deck, taking his officers with him. You all pause to catch your breath. Helene looks ready to collapse. Saul flexes inside his suit, nodding to his crew to check that Kemp has fully retreated. Saul wrenches part of his suit back into place, grimacing. Your friends leave a lot to be desired, he shoots a glance at Helene. Some like support for the evacuation might be a hard ask. Seems though. Helene doesn't respond. She stares out at the pilgrim seat once more, trying to process what's in front of her. She sighs and turns back to you both. I won't call for an evacuation, she looks at Saul. Maybe this is a fatal mistake, but I can't do it. I understand. But, she pauses, I won't block it either. If people want to leave, Havenage will let them. That is what I would promise. That is what I will propose to the council. If they let me speak. You have to do more. Easier said than done, Sleeper, she sighs. She nods at you and Saul and turns to leave. Saul is quiet, scratches his beard. Good luck, he offers to the departing Helene, but she does not respond. He leans on his cane. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper, none of this changes anything for me. The pilgrim seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Havenage wants it or not. You can't abandon the eye. Saul raises an eyebrow. I seem to remember it was us being abandoned not so long ago. I'm not sure the reverse applies. Saul puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you, and for any you can gather, Sleeper. That much I owe. And Helene? I wouldn't hold out much hope of her coming around, Sleeper. She's too tied up in all this. It won't let her leave even if she wants to, he eyes you. Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. My crew will take me from here. Don't worry. Saul straightens up. Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if it can help us shore up the pilgrim seed against any future flux events. If we had you back on Ember's hearth. He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Saul sighs. Of
course, we're going to need all the help we can get. If you can spare some time, come to the Pilgrim Seed and help me get ready, bring others. There's a future to be earned here, cycle by cycle. We'll be leaving as soon as we are able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. Solgrim says, well, he pauses, just don't keep me waiting, and he limps off towards his waiting crew. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. People want to hear about all of this. They should be your first port of call. Yeah. Evacuate the eye. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Ash, lugging a massive crate across the carway, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Grunt back. Ash doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peak pushes past you. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Peak rushes to catch up with Ash. Put that down, please, Ash. But she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. Peak puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peak? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, Peak. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Ash. We can give these people a chance, Peak pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Ash shakes her head. No, Peak, this is not us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind, my mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand on the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peak turns away. You feel unsure of what to do, but you know this is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peak crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. Let's talk upstairs. Whew. Lots of reading. Hold on. Oh, goodness. Peak leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peak gestures to the broad mess table, with its curved couches couches, and you slide in one side. Peak sits the opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes, and they take a deep breath. So, how'd it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Helene. Peak listens nervously as you explain how Helene said she would support your efforts to find a countermeasure for the Shadow Protocol. Okay. Peak looks pleased. That sounds good. Much better than I was hoping. But what about the Council? Are they behind that, or will she operate alone? Tell them about Kemp. Peak looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the Hardline Councilor Kemp's sudden appearance. Damn, then Helene's going to have problems with her own to deal with. Peak shakes their head. Looks like she won't be able to count on anything from Havenage. They pause. What stopped Kemp from arresting her? Tell them about the guns. Peak rolls her eyes. Of course. Those are the guns Ash managed to smuggle through to the refugees. The ones she didn't tell us about. Peak sighs. Another thing that's on us. What's on us? Ash is standing quietly in the doorway listening. He didn't know how long she has been there for. Peak looks up at her with her eyes. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XPR. Ash freezes. She glances between you and Peak as if this might be some elaborate joke. The flotilla used them? Ash moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peak interrupts. Be thankful that they didn't. They used them as a threat, that is all. Good. Ash folds her arms. You get the feeling that she knows Peak would not approve. Peak goes to speak and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper. Peak shoots a look at Ash. But our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away. Ash looks away but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what is motivating her? You realize that she might be trying to protect Peak even from themselves. Suddenly a shrill beeping fills the room and Peak pulls out their slate to silence it. But as they do, they freeze. Their finger hovering above the screen, the beeping continuing its insistent pulse. What? Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the slate, then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The bleeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Ash frowns at Peak. Planning to explain? 12 cycles. Peak looks vacantly up at both. 12 cycles until the next flux event. They shake their head. Oh shit. I've been using the arrays on the Briar to look towards the center of the system to approximately where the con channel should be. Just this moment they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and pattern of previous flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it. The before a second wave hits, and this place. Peak interrupts your thoughts. We start now. That's the end of it. Peak stands up from Ash. You wanted to take the Brian run, Ash? That's on you, but I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering here. We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peak's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin, handheld terminal. And Ash Peak starts, but she is gone, storming down the corridors of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Ash will try anyway. Peak rubs their red eyes, staring after Ash. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor, Peak's quiet sobs somehow carrying you through the ship behind you as you leave. Okay. No, we're gonna protect the eye. We're gonna help Peak. Oh, no. Yeah, evacuate the eye. No. We're gonna protect it. So, how do we do that? Devise a strategy. Done. +1. Okay. 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 Alright. Hey, look at that. Well, you know what? We only need the one. Okay. Devise a strategy. Peak beckons you over the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. The Shadow Protocol. I'm sick of looking at this thing. Stay silent. Peak eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper, not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river, a dark flow, unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. You know exactly what this is. You have swum. Swum? Wouldn't it be swam? Swum. Interesting. Swum. Everybody look that up. See if that's a thing. You have swum in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It is the Gardener's Chorus, a dark cloud which blankets the Greenway's networks, the bioorganic morass of malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. I know this place. Peak glances at you. I thought you might have seen it, covering the Greenway like a shroud. Peak meets your eye. Everything I have tried to do to contain the shadowy protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That unfortunately is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The Shadow Protocol is being slow and partially contained. It has spread across the station as we have seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. So I started to look outside of our test cases, outside of these fragments that we have been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles, and look what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside the eye's network, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway, something spreading like an ink stain. Somehow darker than black, it bleeds across. The Shadow Protocol. Now watch. Peak eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it's gone. And beneath for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the Greenway. You are reminded of an image you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone-white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it is gone, the dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. It dissolved the shadow. Exactly, Peak nods. It protected itself. You think back to your meeting with the gardener, to that sense of something old and world and inhuman to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we have seen. And the moment it opened, I detected something, a generalized intelligence with a local ID, Gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the Shadow Protocol. But if it stays in the greenway, the eye will still fall. The station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub, the shipyards, the spokes. Pete glances away. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network access to it, expand it somehow. Pete pauses. You want to let the gardener out? I've been inside there, Peek. And Peek pauses, trying to read your expression. And this gardener, can they help us? You try to remember what the strange being said to you, but all you remember is the feeling of dissolving into that network, the heady mix of growth and decay, the ceaselessness of it. Would they protect the station, or would they simply dissolve it? I don't know. Peek stands and walks up a little, and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. I really don't know. It's a chance. Maybe. They shake their head. You know as well as Peek that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of, and still come up with nothing. You have stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. Peek recognizes the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this, Peek begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we need to do two things. Find a way to limit our control, or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect the greenway. Peek starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then we need to reconnect the greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared, they should connect, and Gardner will spread along the pathways we prepared. At least that is my theory, Peek grimaces. But if we don't prepare correctly, the Gardner may not spread, or it might spread to everything. Peek closes their eyes, and after that, things can get worse. Can't be worse than a total collapse. Don't say it, Sleeper. Peek sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Havenage shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's Central Core. The Central Core. As I understand it, that is somewhere on the rim. I need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We seed the gardener in all these places, Peek pauses, but how are we going to do that? Transplant the greenway. Bait the gardener's attention. We seed the gardener in all these places, Peek pauses, but how are we going to do that? Transplant the greenway. Bait the gardener's attention. Alright, well here's my thought. I'd rather get the gardener's help than try to trick it. But what exactly is transplant the greenway? I'd have to get the help of that really nice lady, I can't remember her name, that runs the greenway, or at least the lab anyway. Yeah, I don't like the idea of baiting, of tricking, so let's do transplant the greenway. Peek smiles. Of course, the gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management systems of the eye back when Solheim built it. We seed greenway plants into those systems, and the gardener will seek them out, protect them. Peek stares at the map of the eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But, they pause, we'll need a way into those systems. Havenage have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. I know a guy. Yeah. Peek raises an eyebrow. Someone in the Havenage systems team? You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Fang still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Yeah, Fang. I did like Fang. Okay, well, Peek looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan and an eagerness not to look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Fang's Bay. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is exciting. This is a fantastic game, I gotta say. I cannot wait for the second one. Obviously, I mean, I knew beforehand the second one, I don't think it takes place on the eye here. It's a whole other thing, I guess, in its own universe. Everything has a universe now.
and it kind of makes sense with where this story is headed anyway. But, yeah, very cool. Anyway. Find Fang. Oh, wow, I got a dice left over. I need more dice. God damn it, Fang. You son of a bitch. Okay. Buy a ship mine. Haggle over prices. No, we're not doing that. Feed the cats. Eat some scrap. Ooh boy. This is gonna be a really long episode when I throw it on YouTube. Oh, I don't want to lose that 5 though. Use the 5 and then we'll re-roll. Joint. Hey, another 5, I'll take it. There we go. That's it, no more wasting time, Peak sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the base shutter and wire the slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a half-inch pass card or something inside. Peak shoots you a glance, something they wouldn't mind if we borrow. Let's wait. Peak doesn't look up. We haven't got time to wait, they sigh. Coming here was a mistake. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open, the noise making you jump. Let's get inside, Peak glances around quickly. Slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking lights of Fang's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peak makes a beeline for the desk in the center, scattered with tools and components. They flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? Yes. You're interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone has come in behind you. Peak freezes. I swear I closed this shutter when I left. Fang leans on the stack of servers near the entrance. Must be getting forgetful, he grins at you. Fang! The very same, Fang smiles. Fang raises an eyebrow. Thought you'd come rob an old friend. Is that the plan? Where have you been? We need your help. Fang nods. You're here about the flux. Peak nods, and is suddenly giving Fang their full attention. Fang smiles, pleased with himself. I guessed as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, and so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something must have happened. These past cycles I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems from the hub to the rim, he grins. I surprised myself, to be honest, but I didn't think I had it in me. Peak seems amused. And what did you find? Fang sighs. That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it, it disappears. Peak finishes. Fang turns to you. Do they always do that? Peak ignores him. It's a shadow protocol, a mass itself somehow bedding into the gaps between the systems and the negative space. It is slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station, rotational control, life support. Fang holds up a whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down there. I don't even know your name. Fang shakes his hand. And you are asking for the keys to the castle? Can't be done. You can trust Peak. Fang pauses and glances between the both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily. Sorry to say it. Peak cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the run from the XPR colony Hawthorne with the intent to keep running until we hit the Starward Belt, but since I have been here, I have done everything in my power to protect this place. I've helped to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the Shadow Protocol from the station's systems. Meanwhile, Havenage has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I proved myself as a friend to the people of this station, not the administration, many times over, and will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peak fixes Fang with a hard look. Fang looks down at their Havenage jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe.
Look, I have no love for the council either, friend, but someone has to run this place, and that someone is me. Fang walks over to the workbench where you are both standing and digs a slate out of his pile of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Pete grabs the slate and you recognize the tangled form of a flux node on the screen. Pete immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding and the shadow just slightly delayed slipping out of his sight. Fang leans in. Interesting, he says to himself. Before long, Peak has unfolded the system completely, and it lies splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see. What now, Fang asks. How do you kill it? Let Peak answer. There's one entity on the station that we have been purging, that we have seen purging the Shadow, the Gardener. Fang frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Pete glances at you, more like an avatar of the Greenway itself. You explain the Gardener to Fang, the feeling of descending into the flowing river of consciousness. You explain the network chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AI's offer to you to be networked into the chorus, dissolved in its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's minor networks, you hope to reinforce them. Fang is silent for a moment. And you want to let this thing out, he shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream of. He pauses. I like it, he smiles. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We try to limit it, of course, Peak explained. That's why we want your help to access the AI's major systems, to seed some of the Gardener's spores and then to draw the Gardener's focus to those places. Fang whistles. So, the way we save the eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks. He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations, you found someone weirder than you. Fucking mushrooms. What is with the mushroom agenda? Anyway, I'm sorry. This game is insane. I love it. Pete goes to argue, but Fang folds up a hand. It is an all systems have-an-inch pass card with his picture on it. Take it before I change my mind. Thank you. Don't mention it, Fang gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked, so if you're telling me you have figured a way that we might fight it, he looks at Peak, no matter how crazy, then I'm glad to help. Come with us. No, Sleeper, he looks away. I have to keep on with my work here, strengthen those systems, back up the data. The worst comes to the worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. The last pieces of my parents are here among the data. Goodbye, Fang. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. You take the card and leave the bay with Peak. Once you're outside, they stop you. We should split up, Peak looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. Seed the Gardener there. I'm going to find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder and you exchange fearful looks. You know deep down that Peak isn't sure this will work, but they have decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence you are very thankful. Oh shit. Okay. Power routing. Here we go. What the hell is that? Seed power routing. Spores. Motherfuck. Okay. So I need one spore there. Goddamn spores. Life support. One spore there. So I need 2 spores. So I need 2 spores. Okay. Oh yeah, fuck you, Pilgrim's Feet. Supply hall, I know. We're saving this thing. Alright, so I need some spores. Nope, harvest mushrooms. Nope, 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 nope. Collect spores, okay. Oh, I already used it. Shit. Positive, 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 positive. Neutral. Damn. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna do it again. Fuck yeah, okay. Alright, all the way back here. Whoop, spores. Oh, I need more spores than that. These need 3. Oh. Okay. Down here. Yep. Boom. As you leave, the slate peak gave you chirps incessantly. You check and see a message. Found a possible entry to the core facility in the low end. Meet me here ASAP. Peak. A blinking marker gives her position on the free spoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. Done. You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak Slate, a run-down but active corner in the low end where a short glass route to alley turns off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the street wave come by. Children hop across grids scratched into metal floor plates, playing games of their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play tabla. It's hard to believe that this is all at threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all this? As you are watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tablet tables set up along the way. You move a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Caster sits, tablet pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper, my partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Caster begins the game. Everyone on the eye knows how to play tabla, the methodical... It looks like backgammon. I think it's backgammon. Everyone on the eye knows how to play tabla, the methodical movement of the counters across their triangular points, already fit for the rim of the life on the ramshackle space station. Most games begin in the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused on only achieving their optimal early game setup. But there is a moment on each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board. Point of contact. When routine becomes a negotiation, negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, the subtle shift in the texture of the interaction, Caster begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you continually, Sleeper. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive protective quality, but in your tabla game, he pauses to move a counter. I see only risk. Stay silent. Risk is, of course, necessary to play tabla. To move a piece is to expose it, but it should be done with calculation, with proper analysis. Then, if the piece is taken, Caster moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap, placing it beside the board. It is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effective action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn, a cause. Silently play. Caster nods. See what I mean? Risky in play, but defensive in mood. He smiles. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive. If you don't mind me saying so, you are responding, which means you are being led. He leans back to consider the board. This place, it mirrors your Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since it has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking, and little risk calculation. At first I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes, but now I find it exhausting. He laughs. It always amuses me to know this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the eye. Spun from the rim, he laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? His face drops. And why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you are here. He smiles an unsettling, warm smile. You feel a shiver through your body as if something has changed in the air. What is this? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glass. Your eyes dart side to side, inertia sets in. Castor is still smiling. The risk you are planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if he is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes. That's my specialty. That's why I am here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. He removes his glasses to clean them, and you see something flicker across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters. This system, this station, is already there. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employer, CitizenSleeper, bought out the entire system, and for the past decades have been its one valid owner. He polishes the glasses diligently. But to possess this system, the H1 system, he posits, alien to you, well, that is a matter of risk. How much force, how much cost, how much conflict a clearance would take. He replaces his glasses. That risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome. In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. H1 can offer nothing that would warrant the risk, but the markets change. The demands shift, and CitizenSleeper, we analyze, we follow, we respond, we follow. He puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. He glances around. The lone con channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems, the frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, reevaluating the risks, reclaiming our property, starting up the con channel, and clearing the way for what comes next. He sits back, looking at the board. He gestures, your move. Take your move. You go to lift a piece and something glints across the caster's eyes. You feel the slowness, the inertia begin to lessen. You move your piece, taking one of Castor's exposed counters. He nods. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role as an analyst in my calculations, I see great promise in you and your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity. I assume you know that, he smiles. It is truly a wonderful happenstance to invest in ARP's technology. Imagine even they are not fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and you watch as you realize the inevitability of his victory. I'll make you an offer, to come willingly or come by force. This station will collapse. We can be sure of that, but your ability to work with data well for an analyst, that is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk, on one hand, most certain death, on the other, a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, Sleeper. The game is forfeit. You must see that. He holds out a hand. You are of value. You are needed. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you want it. Sleeper? You hear the familiar voice above the crowd. Sleeper, I'm here. You are unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the face in front and waves a hand in your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. Sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak. Oh, a wide smile. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of his hands lift. Close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it. A weapon. You try to scream to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Pete glances at your static form. What's happening here, Sleeper? They put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Pete stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding, and in one split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Pete, shifting away from you. As you do, you feel the inertia lifting, and you know this is the only moment you will have to act. Shove. You lurch forward wildly like a sprung trap. Your head strikes Peak's chest and carries them back into Castor. Somewhere, some digital screech is echoing through the walkway. They tumble together, and the object in Castor's hand skitters to the floor. You realize the screech is you. You get to your feet, grab Peak, and run. You run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the hallway as you shove through the darkness, through the residence. Peak dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor had over you, the signal that locked you into this body of yours, that broke the connections, that crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing, heaving, breathing into the cold metal floor. When they are able to speak, Peaks asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Castor told you about Senetstat and their claim on the Hellion system, the reactivating of the con channel, the Helion system's growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that has turned to look at this system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time, then they speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set Gardner free. You're right. If the choice is between Gardner and these people, I would choose Gardner every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you are ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Hell yeah. Control facility. Let's do it. I need dice. God damn it. Whew. It's exciting. I should leave all my money to Memphis. No, wait, I started a bar. That's right. Sorry, Memphis. Yeah, I forgot I started a bar. Oh. Okay, feed the cat. Terminal flux. We got a lot done in that one day. Oh damn, 3 hours. We aren't stopping now. Oh, that's terrible. That is not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. I only have +1s. That's gonna take my condition away. Oh my goodness. Alright. Well, at least this makes it a 5. Hack the facility, explore the facility. Faster than wandering. That's true. Okay. Yeah, that's by taking all my energy. What the hell? Hey, look at that. 6s and a 5. Okay. Yeah, faster than wandering. Okay. Okay. Sleeper, here, P calls to you from across the freaking corridor, an elevator to the core of this mountain. This is it. There's been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of the old Songhai offices and workshops, but finally here it is. The path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open, the dingy-looking elevator flickering as they do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. You first? Oh yeah, alright, step in. The elevator bounces a little, but stays stable. You glance back to Peak, watching you nervously. They follow you in sheepishly, just a little nervous. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors as it does, an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if we spoke. Peak raises their voice over the... It's not going to be a short trip. How's Ash? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk, elevator talk, they sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Ash has set her mind on something, well, you know her now, you know what I mean. Can she be persuaded to stay? I doubt it. I really do. Peak looks down. She left her life behind to take me out of XPR, out of Hawthorne. I can't imagine her settling for just anywhere. To be honest, I can't see her letting me stay either, but I guess things have changed. Back then at Hawthorne, I wasn't in a place to know what to do. I was desperate. I was ready to run. But now, he pauses. Now I feel done with that. Done with denying my past, my history. If I want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was, the person I am now? Pico's quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop, and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. You both walk into an atrium, still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once emulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Peak crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a fading sign in massive peeling letters: Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motors kick in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peak tumble through, across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them, a vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominates the center of the room, its flickering LEDs reflected in the scattered puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warmed panels, and water leaks, it is still running, just as it has for decades and decades since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it has been since anyone's been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peak. This place is still a living piece of history. What now? Peak takes a handful of mulch from around the bag. It splitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross the server and start packing the mulch deep in the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps into the paneling, laying across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing mulch into. You run your hands across its plated metal surface and watch the lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring like a physical disk drive starting up. Listen. The whirring shifts, alternating, speeding up, slowing down, and as you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. Sleeper, you freeze. You are here. For a moment you are afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. Navigator! Yeah! Hell yeah! Another drive spins up, and another, giving the voice a richer, multitonal sound. I had forgotten what it was like to speak like this, the drive skips. There is a certain quality to it, a certain physicality. What are you doing here? The drives squawk in unison. Did you imagine the flux, the shadow protocol, that they were just a problem for the people of the station? High whining begins. They are all the more dangerous to us. I have been in hiding once more, jumping from network to network to avoid the shadow as it eats up the nodes. Low rumble, I had thought my hiding days were done. For the moment I have found myself a safe haven here in the core of the shadow that is yet to breach the facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs, the rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. That's why we are here. You explained to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how the seeding key systems you protect from its advance. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given is the probability of total collapse. I'm not sure what will happen, what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the shadow protocol or the assimilation of Gardner. The drives pause to recite. But we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardner into the systems you have seeded. A pause. It is correct to do so. Be careful. No, thank you. The drive squeaks on information. Hell yeah. You have notable persistence, Sleeper, even with such poor probabilities of success. I will be curious to see the outcome. The drive squeal, the motors giving out. This cannot be sustained much longer. Go, I will be fine. A final squeak of affirmation, and then the drive skitters to a slow halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at this vast piece of Solheim hardware. This whole place is built from ghosts, you think, from old protocols and company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is its inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask. Done. Peak's shout breaks over your line of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we are lucky, there is enough time for some growth before we reconnect the greenway. Glance at you. That's it. All the facilities seeded, they sigh. We either just ensured the eye's survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers, they laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors and the elevator behind. Take one last look. You wait for a moment, following the blinking lights. You wonder what might be tucked away in such a structure, what secrets it might hold, what histories. It's an intriguing prospect, but while you watch the lights, you realize something. If the eye is to become anything more than an offshoot, a temporary structure, it must form its own history, its own story, stronger than anything that came before. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that, but the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that, to survive that is in the veins of every person in this place. That will, and that is what you're trying to save. You turn your back on the core and follow Peak back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching. I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. From the moment I'm ready, I'll let you know when we let the Cardinal out. The sooner the better. Peak furrows their brow. If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they are ready to go. Peak swallows. Unleashing the Gardener could affect them too if we aren't careful. This will work. Peak nods, opens her mouth to speak, and closes it again. You ride the rest of the way in silence. When you reach the top, you go your separate ways, but before you do, Peak embraces you, burying their face on your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future, and then they let go and slip away, the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. Oh, Doctor. Okay. Reroll all your dice. Okay, so... yeah, there is more to do there. Yeah, I want to finish that off. Just have to find it, yeah. Well, it seemed to let us skip ahead, but... yeah. Feed the cat. Scrap. Cycle. Hey, that was pretty good. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, that's done. Now we can help the pilgrim see. Okay. Oh, that's a +2. Oh, okay. And we'll scrap. Yeah, I'll take that. Okay. As you stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, glad you were here, Soul Suit hisses as he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. We do appreciate everything you do for us. Building up to something? Soul shoots you a sideways look. See, that's what I like about you, Sleeper. Straight to the point, no messing. He smiles a sly smile. Soul settles behind you, flinching a little, but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out, this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing shipyard overalls. We've had people flowing in from the eye, looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought, Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. That's good, right? Good for those that can get a place, maybe, Saul frowns, but none of this is good for anyone. We were supposed to stay here, not keep running. Well, you didn't want... Then you should be helping to save the eye. Wishy-washy characters. Saul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me. He gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man. He stretches. I have something to ask. I'm already helping. Something new? Saul shakes his head. Not so much. Old matters mostly. With all these evacuees, we will need a change in plan. He shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need the others to help out. We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now, you settled down the folks from Ember Step, and they sent us supplies grown in those dust houses of theirs. If we can get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews, he rubs his chin. What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs. But with some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. He put a hand on your shoulder. I sent my requests out, and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now, Soul stares in the distance. I need you out there speeding things up. Of course. Alright then. He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it this way, either way, we won't have to deal with me much longer. He smiles his uneven smile. Unless, of course, you were planning to come along for this trip. I'm staying. I understand. Saul waves a hand and starts off towards the bay's entrance, the crackling sound of the welding quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractor chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships in the flotilla, see what can be done. Yes, sir. Okay. So that's... Oh, hello. I knew you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust house, her eyes as bright as always. You are very welcome here, as always. Good to see you, Aki. And you, Sleeper. Aki puts a hand on your... Walk with me, and she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees, I'm sure you have heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past a tut house where the dust is less, the orange glow not as bright, the air a little more clean. We are adapting slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead, she smiles. The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud. Aki stops at a half-empty dust house, scoured of its sand, and is being filled with mulch. We brought this from the greenway. She stares at the green and brown, a strange sight even to you now that you are used to the amber dust of the steppe. I admit it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? I'll do my best. Thank you, she nods solemnly. I know that the eye is suffering, that it is at risk. I know what that is like. Thank you. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe. She shakes her head, but for the moment I cannot see what that might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile, but if you do not have time, she smiles a weak smile, I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly, she pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent, and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a greening fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of steppe, leaving behind a home, or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki, the moment of welcome suspension in time, a rare moment in this rush towards an end. You glance at Aki as she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. After a short while, Aki sighs. It is good to see you, Sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Aki turns back for a moment as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away. Fair enough. Peter? The docking access is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato bursts of welding torches, the scouts and crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already the news of the flotilla's imminent departure has reached this place before you. Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper? Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face and a lightness as a step you haven't seen before. Not quite.
Peter, I suppose you're here on Saul's orders again? He winks. Nothing Ember's hearth like to do more than ordering people around. I'm here by choice. Fair enough. Just your timing seems to always be a cycle or two after we get some request from the Heart ship, he shrugs. Must be a coincidence. Well, Saul has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the Starward Belt aligns perfectly with our plans. If we can help build our escape and make their Heart ships think we are complying with their orders at the same time, then it's a 2-1 for us, Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. You are leaving the flotilla. We are on our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at the other. We aren't going to tie ourselves to Heart and Step any longer. Why would we? To help? Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadow of Step and Song, and this is the time, Peter Grimm says. We won't let the flux catch us again, not by chance. Not a chance, and for the first time you see the fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch, talk to a crew, you're welcome to it. Every person here is free to prove themselves. I'll help when I can. Just a stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Peter glances out on the docking access through the outer windows to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. He looks at you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, stay strong. And with that, Peter thumps you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew with a purpose and direction visible in every step of his rapid stride. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Okay, so those are both +2. One of those is +2. Help all the flotilla ships. Okay. Pilgrim Seed. Alright, so +2s everywhere. Okay. I'm gonna have Aki first. That's for damn sure. Whew. Lucky. That worked out nicely. That's it. You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, have become your favorite. The moss and dust sharing the space in curving terraces, the pale knots of steppe silk freckled in with yellow lichel symbiotes. It is a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of fungal threads and dust-caked roots and feel a little glow of pride that has been achieved. Of what has been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open, and assuming it is Aki, turn to greet her. Sleeper! Rico! Yes, that was her name! Sleeper, I should have known you'd be here. Rico smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must be one of the most green-figured people on the station. Rico! Yes, that's what I just said. Now, has it been so long? She smiles a wry smile. No need for any drama.
I met some of the steppe refugees in the Greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly. She smiles to herself. Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and well, I thought I'd take her up on the offer. She looks around the dust house with its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. I'm glad too. I can see that. Rico limps over to you. She holds out a hand. How about you take me on a tour? Take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steppe silk knots help provide a strong base for fungal and lichal growth, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of steppe tubers and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help herbaceous? Yeah. Greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eyes, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all feel the flux event hit everyone, and everyone's talking about what is next. I come out here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her, and I see the glossiness in her eyes, and I think I have decided. What you have done here, what Aki and the other steppe refugees have done here, is incredible. A whole new ecosystem built from strange artificial changed remains of two worlds. But I am not of two worlds, I am of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I am entwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the Greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll lie in those fields and not get back up. She smiles, and the tear tracks down both cheeks. And when the green takes me, I'll be so glad. I'll miss you. Rico smiles. The feeling is mutual, Sleeper. She wipes her eyes and turns to you. But that's enough of me blubbering on about it. She frowns her brow. What I want to know is, what are you planning? I'm staying. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper, to know what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner you know, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh, she suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of sporing clubheads with carefully preserved root systems. I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet, and if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. She frowns. I can offer that at least. Thank you. She nods. Don't thank me. These are yours by right. Rico stands and limps over to a pile of mulch and delicately takes the club heads out of the beds and into the soil there with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while. She calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around. She says it casually, but there's a note of finality in her speech. Goodbye, Rico. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki is waiting for you. Jesus. Oh my god, I've been reading for 3.5 hours. It's beautiful. She's looking through the observation window and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rico with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist came. A friend of yours? More than that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her. Are you leaving us? For now. Aki sighs. The first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. Thank you. She nods and smiles one last warm smile before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist, and you see her pointing to the clubheads, asking questions. You're unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone laced with excitement that Rico is using to explain the clubheads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light, despite the burdens you carry, and the smile Rico and Aki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. That's just everybody's farewell goodbye. Okay, do I get more out of crew management? Oh yeah, that gave 2, so we'll stick with 2. Alright. 2 more wins ought to do it off that one.
to you eventually. Alright. Not that kind, but I still have 5 stabilizers, so I'm alright. Scrap. Cycle. Okay. Well, 3 5s. That's good. That's good. Nothing wrong with that. Get these fools figured out. The docking axis is little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its interior, every arm not used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable material are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Peter since you last spoke, and now you're realizing that you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the Shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle the flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse too, the moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. The chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews across the axis from ship to ship, at speed, bringing supplies or advice, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet and whether they should. Among these singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee, a paying passenger, a replacement engineer, or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more, and you can't help but wish that, whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the singer crews, they will have a safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the eye setting out for the first time. Then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis with a crew carrying a large bag and a nervous look. No! I had the bar with you. Oh, Tala, you freeze for a second. What is she doing here? She glances around, feeling your eyes on her, and catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Sleeper! Tala mutters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping a large bag at your feet and embracing you without thinking. Good to see you. She pulls back. And you, she smiles, but then it quickly fades and she realizes the context in which you are meeting. She sheepishly glances at her bag. Sleeper. She pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. Going to the starboard belt. She awaits your response. Nervously. Why didn't you say? She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper, my brother? You think back to your real blurred conversations in the back of the Bantian. He came here with me, with my family, when we were little, just after we left Sinza. She bites her lip. He left when we were both teenagers, jumped in some spacer crew heading to the starboard belt. I'm an idiot, she shakes her head, and I'm going after him. She looks down and not sure what to add. That makes sense. She looks at you. It does? She laughs nervously. I'm not so sure anymore. I really don't know if it makes sense or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How did you hear? I work in a bar, he grins. I've heard every bit of gossip this place has to offer. Speaking of the Bantian, she meets your eyes. Someone will have to run it. She leaves a long pause. I mean, I can ask Francis, he'd be happy to, or one of the others, she blurts out. And of course, if you were leaving with the flotilla, or someone else, it'd be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure. It's fine. Whichever way. I was just thinking I could run the bar. Talon nods, smiling. I think so. I mean, you can take a second, but she glances at the crew she was walking with, who are chatting a little way away. It's not exactly much time. So, considering that, she grabs the key hanging around her neck. The key to the vent. Do you want it? Yes. Tala leaps forward and embraces you again. Thank you, Sleeper. I couldn't be leaving it in better hands. She pulls the key from around her neck and places it around yours as if presenting a medal.
Remember to lock up, especially the back, and remember to empty the still if you're leaving things closed for a few cycles. And she stops herself. I won't be gone forever, of course. I can come back and check in, maybe once I find my brother. She pauses, unable to finish that thought. She smiles at you, and you see the weight lifting off her shoulders. Her eyes already drifting towards the crew, the ship, the next big thing. She's ready. I better be going, she nods at the crew nearby. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. She lifts the bag onto her shoulder. She looks down on the curve of the eye towards the overlook. Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you helped me with, she nods. I wouldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here. She just... Dad wouldn't have let me. Goodbye, Tala. Goodbye, Sleeper, she sniffs. Then Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will carry her to the starboard belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it is hard to feel sad about Tala. You know her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere on that bright path. You hold the key in your hand, and the metal's still a little warm from Tala's body. You turn it over in your fingers, thinking about how it feels like a tool and a burden. Okay. You can still lock up and leave, you figure, but now you feel like breaking something fragile, and if you stay, well, who knows what this little metal promise might grow into. I'll compete with Memphis. Yeah, that'll teach him. Okay. Berth refitting. Oh, negative. Oh, negative. That's alright. Well, now I own that bar that I forgot I owned. I really do like how they're doing the goodbye stuff and everything. Alright, well, it's only one scrap, so let's use a stabilizer. We got a bunch. Yeah. And that cycle. I mean, not terrible. Especially if I'm getting +2s everywhere. Like right there. Alright. They just keep coming. Perhaps the flux event scared enough people that they really believe the eye will collapse. Perhaps they are sick of having it, of the Council's infighting and the hardliners. Or perhaps they just want to take a chance at some new future. A place that is anywhere but here. Whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla's shuttles, on their own ships, however they can. You've seen so many faces pass that they are almost meaningless now, a parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing in supplies, directing them to berths you could help build. You helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with sleepers. Others treat you with pity, some with hate, snatching back their bags and storming off. Pricks. Still you help, still you carry boxes and bags, nothing can stop you. You don't look for Saul, you know he is busy, just like you, trying to make this thing work, trying to fit as many people as will come onto the Pilgrim Seed. You know you will see him before this is all over. You keep working, but there's something in the back of your mind, something eating away at you. You try to push it to the back of your thoughts, but it keeps coming back. The eye is over, that is the thought, that the eye, even if the flux doesn't get it, it's on its way out. How can it survive when these floods of people are leaving it behind? It's a thought that troubles you because it makes you question why you have held on here so long, in a place that seems so temporary for so many people. Are you just a stubborn idiot, someone who didn't get the message? Or are you strong, committed for lasting the storm, for seeing the collapse coming and facing it head on? Because there is something you are sure of now. This place, like all places, is temporary. And as each phase passes you, each family packs up and gets on board the Pilgrim Seed, it feels ever more temporary, ever more fragile. Which means it either desperately needs protecting or it desperately needs to be left behind. The choice is yours. Yeah. Oh, it's an upgrade point, I see. Oh, good for me. Okay. There's no active drives. So what do I do? Thing that was there's not there. It's not there. Jobs. Do a bar shift. Sorry, Emphas. Well, I mean, the preparations are complete, as far as I can tell. Yeah. What? I think there's another stabilizer. Yeah, let's check the road thing. Just in case. So I keep forgetting to come back up here. Yeah, that's not gonna matter. Alright. Just thought I'd double check. And you said we can't wait until the last cycle, so I don't want to do that. There we go. Peak slate chirps in your pocket, you take it out. A message. The connection is ready. Meet me at the Founders Gap, Greenway side, Peak. Clench your jaw. It's time. Oh, shit. Here we go. You find Peak waiting near you first met at the entrance to the docking tunnel for the Founder's Ferry. They're leaning beside the wall in the flickering light, and you realize now how different they look when you first met. From when you first met. There's a darkness around her eyes, a sense of exhaustion to their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowledge. They look concrete, for lack of a better word. Solid. Sleeper, they spot you, and a small smile across their face. Glad you came. I wouldn't be anywhere else. Their smile grows. Crunch time, which they shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. They break the connection. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel into the ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They poke their slate and torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend through the layers of the broken eye of the edge, Peak talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. I run a hand along the buckled metal of the wall, stooping under the angled ceiling. This hole, the gap, got knocked in the eye when the Solheim collapsed. It's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station. Well, no one could. Peak ducks through a fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines. So this place has always been on borrowed time. I've managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down to where the main line still runs through the remaining ribs of the rim. They smile, just like keeping those old XPR platforms running. Esh would be proud if she'd bothered to help. As Peak goes quiet, the corridor opens up into a wider, twisted passage with compartments on either side, thick with whirring. Here's the connection point. You can see where Peak has levered off a panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hard wire. As thick as a tree trunk, it snakes off into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. What now? You did all this? Peak nods. It was an interesting challenge, plus it helped me keep my mind off things. Peak smiles a weak smile. There's a lot I'd prefer not to think about. You both stand there, staring at one point where the new cable meets the old one. The ends separate, fitted with multi-pin male and female connectors and braced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. Bringing them together, seal them, and the greenway will be connected to the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peak shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing their hair out of their eyes. I feel like this should be more momentous, like there should be some ritual or ceremony. They pause, or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. It isn't crazy. Peak nods. I mean, I'm not being funny, Sleeper, but this whole thing is crazy to me. Peak shakes their head. Leaving Hawthorne with Ash, joining the flotilla, coming here, meeting you, the flux, the shadow, everything. They laugh a hollow laugh. So I suppose this is at least consistent with all that. They take a deep breath. Okay. They look at you with mild panic. They hold both sides of the supporting framework ready to scissor it closed. Here we go. Peak wrenches the framework closed, and the connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down with the ruined corridor into the dark on both sides. Both you and Peak wait with bated breath, unsure what it is you are waiting for. Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning, or lurch on its axis, for the power to go out, or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peak's eyes, and suddenly they burst out laughing. What are we waiting for? They put a hand to their forehead. I feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushes out into the sunlight, crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires like water, like rain, like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and rises there, like liquid roots. Peak sees the look in your eyes and stops. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it, not with your eyes at least, but it is everywhere, and now it is out. It can't be put back in, that much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil, soaking up the gardener and their chorus, the gaps filling with a burbling, constant growing life. Peak stares at you, waiting for something, anything. Gardener is free. Peak nods slowly and closes their eyes. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peak's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping it in the process. But when they stare at it, a look of confusion crosses their face. Is it the gardener? Peak's mouth falls open. It's Esh. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Oh. Before you can speak, they have turned away and are moving back up the passageway, back towards the entrance. No, stay silent. They don't turn, don't respond, and you watch their silhouette, lit by their slate's torch, disappear rapidly around a corner. You take out the slate Pete gave you and turn on the torch. The wires all around, like the pale roots in the harsh light, and you turn away from them. They are gardeners now. You work your way back through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peak, panicked, running towards the corridor, realizing that their greatest fears come to pass. You wonder if they will be able to persuade Esh to stay. If Esh is going, you think, then the flotilla must be leaving too. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness, and you push it away. You are not ready. You focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceilings, and make your way back into the lit corridors of the Foundry's ferry dock. Castor is waiting for you. Oh, fuck. He holds up his hands. Not now, Sleeper. No need to fear. Now, Sleeper. He raises eyebrows. I understand now it was my mistake to try and force you in this calculation. I won't hold you here, Sleeper, Castor stands up, but I wish to speak. You stop, giving Castor his opportunity. Castor nods. At first I thought that, if you'll excuse the turn of phrase, taking possession of your particular talents was the opportunity. He smiles a broad smile, but you are more than that, and I understand that now. Your arrival on the station, your excuse me, finally losing my voice. Your arrival on the station, your ability to touch the networks, this makes you very definition of a wild card. He touches the rim of his glasses. Senate-Stat's analysis, my analysis, we could never have accounted for you. This system, the Hellion system, is about to experience a significant change, about to open up Senate-Stat's bailiffs. Conway's claimants in every industry and element an active can channel brings. Yet this very cycle, you let another wild card free, Gardener. I have to admit, this development makes me afraid, Sleeper. It makes me afraid what an intelligence like this will sacrifice to protect itself, or what atrocities it might commit through madness. And yet, Castor's eyes glint, what a compelling object such an intelligence is. Let me protect you, mark you out, keep Senate staff from eliminating by force or legal expediency you, as they will every other squatter on this ring. Castor claps their hands together. And in exchange, when Senate staff comes for this place, you facilitate the handover. You calm the protocols, you give us Gardener. Never. Castor takes their glasses and polishes them, disappointing. You begin to leave. As you approach, he speaks quietly, an urgent whisper. I do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value. If you ever want to see that realized, you push past ignoring him, and his voice fades. The last you see him is a slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation or just another deferential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. It doesn't matter either way, you're done with him. You head towards the cordon, Peak and the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. Damn. Oh shit. Alright. Oh, I have some water left. Ration it out. Oh god, 4 hours. You arrive into the chaos at the cordon. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees pushed on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the Eye. The fear created by the Flux event became a series of rumors, and those rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position on the Eye, refusing to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You are unsure what to think. You are unsure what you think. Collapse of certainty? Will Peak's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You are tired of these questions and instead set out to look for your friends. You quickly spot Peak and Ash at the far side of the chaotic bay. You quickly make your way through the crowd, slipping between the gaps and the rushing evacuees sleeping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach, you can hear the voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them and their shuttle. You've made your position, Peak. You've made your decision, Peak, and it puts you against me. Jesus, Ash. Ash is standing with one foot on the boarding ramp while Peak argues with her. The evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene, but intimidated by Ash's evident strength and attitude. Ash, it doesn't have to be like this. Peak looks desperate, tear tracks already on their cheeks. We can find a way. Ash shakes her head. I have always protected you, Peak. I have taken you under my wing, but I understand that you are not mine to control, and you have chosen to be here and not with me despite everything. I've chosen to stop running, Peak cries out of frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Ash? Ash turns away. I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne, what it was like to be worried for your safety every cycle, to live under the control of my mother, of the administration, to work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that our corporation could maintain a foothold in this system. You talk as if this place, in the very same system, is any different. What is there here? What is there here but the same grind for other masters, for employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles? There may be a corporation in control. Oops. Oh, shit. There may not be a corporation controlling the eye, but there is control, there is power in action here. So what then, Peak shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom, in search of some perfect place where no one has power over you? Peak is crying openly now. I want to be a part of something, Ash, even if it's broken and suffering, even if it cannot be free. Ash pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood, by our shared need to escape. We are both just people in this system. She opens her eyes. I release you, Peak. You are free of me. Ash, please. They hold out a hand. There's a life here if you want it. Ash turns and smiles at Peak, her eyes wet now too. Then you live it for me, Peak. I can't. And she climbs up the boarding ramp, the evacuees taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttle closes its ramp, lifts off, and exits the bay, and leaves the bay. The crowds are dispersing now as they get onto the shuttles or say their goodbyes and move back into the main part of the court, and you push past the last of them to reach Peak. Peak doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper Escher's gone. Ooh, you should go too? Shit. Interesting. You should go too. Shakes her hand. No, I'm sure now. This is the way it should be. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Ash well, I know that. Sleeper, the Sout, takes you by surprise, and as you turn to see Sol coming across the bay towards you, the last two shuttles loading up behind him, he reaches you. His suit as he does. Can't believe you'd make an old man run across this bay to get you, he pauses. The singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. You smile as you think of Tala safely cradled in one of those singer ships on her way to the starboard belt, and hopefully a reunion with her brother. Godspeed, Tala. What are you smiling at? Sol interrupts your thoughts. They've forced our hand. We have to leave now. Sol shakes his head. If we follow close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being our scouts anyway. I reckon any hostile spacers out there, I'll give them a wide berth. Pilgrim Seed will need a little time to make our way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the step ships are sticking with us, so we'll still be plenty well supplied for the journey ahead. To the belt. He pauses. Anyway, I didn't plot all this way over here to tell you that. Sol looks between you and Peak with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper. I'm good to my word, and I kept a berth for you. But this is your last chance. He scratches his beard. Make a call. You glance out at the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of Hellion's sun. You think of a long journey to the starboard belt, of the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of the possible futures that await. Then you think of the people here on the eye, Peak beside you, of the Badian of Tala, and the key that still hangs around your neck, of promises and possibilities. Well, I'm staying. You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you will make this choice, but you have to be sure. I'm staying. You say the words, and the moment you do, the weight of it all seems to descend on you. Oh, it's moving. You stumble a little, and then you stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You feel a tightness in your chest and a haze blurring your thoughts. Sol nods. Good luck, he sighs. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye, and the haze, his pitted and rough hand, feels so real, so detailed, that it grounds you. And then it's gone, and Sol goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle, and he And as as he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder and it grounds you once more. You turn to see Peak's bright eyes. Let's go, Sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As you do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the shuttle lifts off and angles toward the flotilla. You don't turn. Instead, you keep your head down and focus on each step. As you do, you feel Peak beside you holding a little of your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. This is how it will be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the eye. You will both hold things for each other, remind each other of the choices you made, remind each other of why it's important to keep going despite the moments when it becomes impossible. You will keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second flux event hits the eye, when it knocks the entire free spoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch with a sickening motion. Oh shit. When it God. I'm not gonna make it. When it cripples systems and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark or start venting oxygen, well, holding on is all you can do while the world seems to come apart around you. Oh damn. And yet somehow the eye will persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many, but you and Peak, they will signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure. Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the flux event, fungal crust pushing through pipes and whirring. Mushroom agenda. The eye will go wild and fecund? That is not a good word. Wow, that sounds gross. Becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to a seasonal rhythm of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. There will be a strange and unsettling beauty to this paradigm shift, as the greening of the station turns from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures. Oh, this is cool. I like how it shows it all turning and everything. Rika will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day she will delight in the new mysteries the Eye and its gardener produce. As this new era consolidates around the station, you will find yourself in the Bantian, most cycles working to keep the place alive. The cycle where you invite Emphas to come make use of the kitchen will go from a one-off event to a regular occurrence, and soon the Bantian will be filled with spacers eager to try the best preparations of the station's now abundant mushrooms. Yes! We hired Emphas, or Emphas became a partner, whatever. Emphas just coming over doing his thing. It's great. And on occasion, after a long shift at the Bantian, you will hear the sound of the stray meal. Yes, the stray cat, and you will crumble up some food and sit and watch the cat eat as if it's the only thing in your world that matters. Yeah, the cat. Love the cat. However, into all this newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Senatstat, frustrated by the Eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by a blockade of corporate militia. Life on the Eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senatstat, stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Havanage's hardliners will fizzle out, losing their grip on the Havanage Council. In their wake, Helene will spearhead a series of reforms that will scale back Havanage's overreach, returning them to the caretaker role they had always intended to fulfill. As the cycles roll on and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims on assets within the Hellion system, and many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations, and as they tilt inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths and hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the Hellion system descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices, and the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues its unavoidable decay. They settle around you like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the Eye without seeing its many variants and versions, past and potential futures, and this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. And one cycle far from now, that accumulation of memories, of tastes, of people and places and moments will be the last thing you let go of. But for now, there is only you and Peak, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay, two figures born of crippled systems linked together, continuing, despite your origins. And in this frozen moment, you focus only on the next step, because that is the only way you have learnt to persist. And to persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. Oh, that was great. That was really good. My throat feels like sandpaper, but whatever. I decided to play 4 hours and then I had to finish the game tonight. Great design written by Gareth Damian Martin. Wow. Character art by Guillaume Singleton. Music and sound, Amos Wright. Yeah. Perfect atmospheric music, by the way. Treasure hunters. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this was truly, you know, choose your own adventure kind of thing, and this is fantastic. Psych Diver, my god, man, thank you for recommending this. How long ago? He is a fellow Extra Life streamer on the Toronto team, and wandered by his stream one day. He was playing this, ranting and raving about. Well, he doesn't rant and rave. Well, maybe he rants a little bit, but he was all over it. He loved it. And I said, yeah, sure, what the hell, I'll try it. And, yeah. I tried doing it through Steam. My computer was not good enough to stream that. And, thankfully it came out on consoles, and so I was able to get it. And, if you didn't know, I broadcast everything off my PlayStation 5, which is... So I also get to play it on my big TV. I'm not looking at a computer monitor, which is why I'm terrible at looking at chat. By playing this on my nice big TV, on my PlayStation 5, broadcasting from there. Yeah, that was fantastic. So that was Extractor Class, 134 days, in-game days. Yeah, fantastic. So that's CitizenSleeper. It says right there, CitizenSleeper 2 announced. Step into the body of a new sleeper on the run in the Starward Belt as they try to build a crew, take on contracts, and find a future. So, I guess that could have been me if I left, but no, body of a new sleeper, so. Maybe it's Esh. Maybe Esh was a sleeper this entire time. So yeah, so the Starward, not Stars, Starward. Oh my god, so much talking. I don't talk that much. I mean, I do, but I don't. I go long stretches without talking, not 4 hours of continued talking. My god, I can't imagine how you regular professional streamers do it all friggin' day. That's crazy. But no, this game is a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. Even if you watched all of this, like, there's different choices to be done. There's different ways to do it, right? And I don't think the builds exactly matter, because if you go through every little quest, you're just going to fill out that skill tree, so it doesn't really matter, right? But that's okay. I mean, you know, it's RPG light, pretty much. But it was just, and what a great developing story and everything like that too. That's really well done. But this is right back to my Commodore 64 days, and, you know, like just the heavy text and like that being okay. Like, I'm not missing. Well, my throat will say otherwise, but I'm not missing just, you know, voice acting and all that kind of thing. I don't feel there's anything lacking in this game. So, yeah, fantastic job. This was great. I will be back tomorrow morning. Ooh, it's after 1. Maybe a little bit later. But we will be starting Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. We're going to play through that. I don't think that will get us... I don't think that's going to take 2 months. I don't know. I'm not sure the exact size of the game. But, yeah, we're just killing time till
October 20th, Spider-Man 2. I've almost got Miles Morales platinumed. 3 trophies away. I've got to do more ceiling takedowns and finish the game on New Game Plus and go pay respects to Stan Lee. That'll be the last thing I do, so that should capture. So my trophy photo will be, my platinum photo will be in front of Stan Lee's statue. So that's the plan there. Anyway, now I'm officially rambling, so it's a good time to end it. So thank you everyone. Thank you everyone who has brought me up to 50 followers or 51 followers, depending on where you look on Twitch. I don't know. Either way, I'm 50 and above. 50 plus, at least 50. So I'm hoping that will help kind of make it easier to find my little corner of Twitch here, and of course help get the word out for my fundraising. I am an Extra Life streamer, and I'm supporting Sick Kids Toronto. They supported me in the best way when I was a kid. I had leukemia twice, and I'm still around today in my 40s, playing video games thanks to their work. So the least I could do is be an Extra Life streamer, and this is my 6th year doing that, and it is the best thing I do all year. So Risen72 on Twitter, or whatever the hell it's called, Instagram, also on Threads. Of course, here on Twitch, you'll see the link to my Extra Life page, my Facebook fundraiser page, the Sick Kids Foundation page, and yeah, any questions you have about the charity, always ask questions before you donate money. You want to make sure how everything is applied. Everything you donate goes to Sick Kids, in my case. Well, I mean, that's the case for all Extra Life streamers as far as I know, unless something's changed, but definitely in my case. I'm not keeping a portion of it. Extra Life doesn't keep a portion, or like nothing. Yeah, it's just donate $20, Sick Kids Toronto gets $20. That's how that goes. So any questions you have, please reach out to me. If I don't have the answer right off the bat, I will get you the answer. It's just that simple. Yeah, Twitter, Instagram, message via the Facebook fundraiser page, all of those. Yeah, I'll see it. Hit me up, let me know. Otherwise, have a great night. The rest of it, if you're asleep already, good for you. This will be on YouTube, I guess. A 4-hour video? Sure, why not? I don't edit these things, I just drop them on there. And then, yeah, we'll start Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy tomorrow. Good night, everybody.